and
I did
just
not
sleep.
realize that I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I never make that mistake.
I do all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I'm being sarcastic. Yeah. So I don't know if you heard any of my kind of opening remarks here. Do you agree with any of it? Disagree? Or just anything else you want to add is fine while I drink my coffee.
Yeah, no, I was kind of catching up on everything from yesterday because yesterday was a busy day. So, I think Tully was a great witness. But I would anticipate that. I think most of the police, I think that unit are really consummate professionals. I think that the Michael Proctor thing is so unfortunate,
Mhm.
and really so immaterial to the case, right? It just
Right.
really, they just came in with a wrecking ball to the Commonwealth's case with those texts that really don't mean anything. And I wish that, I mean, I'm hoping that the jury can kind of put in perspective, like how jaded most homicide detectives probably have become, right? And I
Right.
think that maybe the level of that is going to be somewhat contingent on the character of the individual person, but I just I I'll put it this way. I don't think that Karen Reed is the first suspect that Michael Proctor has dealt with where privately he's said or thought to himself that they are a whack job or everybody's a scumbag. Everybody, I don't imagine, particularly in homicide, that they're probably dealing with the lightest and most redeemable parts of society as it is. And it doesn't make it okay. But I
Right.
just think that when you're talking about bias or some sort anything that kind of tilt scale in an investigation, I don't think that's it because I suspect that it's probably the status quo for that individual officer.
I'm I'm gonna bring in Jen in 8 seconds. I just wanted to quickly say, to me, when I look at this case too, even if you tend to think that Michael Proctor was biased in this case, which really needs to be more than biased, he needs to be planting evidence. But even if he just had such a limited access. There's so many people involved that are gathering this evidence. There's no way that any one person could have manufactured some kind of conspiracy here. It just doesn't even. It's not when you hear the way they've run their investigation. You got the CERT team picking up the evidence at the crime scene. You got the chem team at the Sally Port, and then the cars team there. He's just kind of going around doing some interviews and organizing things. They're very delegated in the way that the operation is run there. Good morning, Jen.
Hi, good morning. Hi, you two. First of all, definitely agree with your just those last points you made, Kevin, specifically about the delegation and the we call it force multiplying, right? You have multiple people conducting multiple um, investigation or investigative duties, and that's why in 16 hours you can get a lot accomplished and figure out a lot. And again, this was not some sort of, in my opinion, mysterious whodunit. When you look at the facts from the very beginning, when you have somebody screaming they did it, when they have to be Section 12 because they're, obviously upset about their actions, I believe, and feeling guilty and threatening suicide, and the glass and the condition of the body. I mean, we've gone over all these facts over and over again. So it would be impossible for Proctor as a lone wolf to go out and
Right.
orchestrate this. And so to your point, I completely agree.
Kate, someone has a question up here. Let's see if you could take this on. Rena Prattle says, or Pratil, I'm sorry, Rena. When did Proctor send out those text messages in regards to the SUV being in the Sally Port?
So it seems like most of the messages that they pulled, particularly in the group chats, occurred after 10:30, almost 11 o'clock on the night of the 29th. So it would have been way after the car had already been secured. And, Proctor was in his office, I think, writing out warrants or reports. I mean, there's not, they were able to find some, they were able to find some conduct that is, like troubling, right? But they weren't really able to connect that to the case at all outside of the comments were about Karen Reed, right? Like there's no, and you know, they also didn't find a lot of them. That's the other thing too. Like I think Alan Jackson tried to characterize it as hatred, but it's not like he was day in, day out talking about Karen Reed and, you know, how much he disliked her, and certainly no evidence of any sort of collusion or planning, you know, notably absent from the line of questioning with the defense was any sort of questioning about contact with individual witnesses outside of, you know, sort of the tenuous chain of communications between him and his sister, and then his sister and Julie Albert. I didn't really find it to be very compelling. I think when you look at overall how it affects the evidence, it really doesn't. And I think, you know, Michael Proctor's probably gonna have to take a class or something, right? But yeah. I think that this is just so odd, in that I'm sure that if you had access to every single police officer's private texts, that you could probably throw this sort of stuff into all sorts of cases. Does it really change anything though? I don't think that it does.
Right.
I want to just add two things. First of all, what really was transparent to me, and I really need to put together and I'm working on it, I need more information, is the fact that, look, this whole federal investigation, and this is the best they got. There's no, you know, allegations of perjury. There's no allegations that anybody else was involved in any sort of cover up or collusion. We've got these bad text messages. I think I differ a little bit from you two on this, because I understand the ramifications of Giglio. And remember, it's not just about lying. I did a little bit of research again on this last night, even though I already knew. You know, they're obligated to disclose all information or material that may be used to impeach the credibility of a prosecution witness. And certainly, as we're seeing, his credibility is being called into question. Is it, you know, earned? I think in some degrees, yes. You cannot tell someone that you're investigating, you hope they kill themselves, or not tell them, but say those words. I know it was private. I know it was to high school buddies. I understand that, but he shouldn't have even been discussing the case. You know, when I would come home after working a case and my husband would say, "What went on?" I said, "I can't tell you. I want to tell you. I can't tell you." And I never said a word. I mean, that was a absolute, even to your spouse, that is a red line rule. You just don't do it. You can't discuss an investigation outside, especially that's under investigation. So I think his actions are probably much more reprehensible than you two may, but I will agree that it does not affect the evidence in this case, because most of the evidence was collected by others.
It's funny, we're all starting to, in some ways, think with the same mind, but I was thinking the same. And as I've said this also too before, the fact that the feds went into all their communications, right? And it needs to be a conspiracy here for this defense theory to hold up. It's not enough that just Proctor had tunnel vision, or any particular investigator had tunnel vision, or avoided looking at a family he knew or something like that. You need active participation in a cover-up. You need someone that's planting evidence on a pretty large scale in order to frame somebody. And that doesn't happen without communications. And there's no evidence of any communications. And the feds dug hard. They went into Courtney Proctor's messages going back a significant length of time, and everybody else connected to this case. And all they found was some embarrassing stuff. I think that's what you were just saying, Jen. And to me, I think that really speaks a lot. Let's see, Kate.
Yes, definitely what I was saying. And, you know, to this case in point, everyone remembers Agent Strzok. Do you all remember that? He was having an affair with another female agent, everything that happened with that situation. They were both fired. Like, you just cannot, it's just so wrong. And so, you know, Furman, I mean, I keep putting out here because I find it so ironic, right? That, you know, now he gets paid the big bucks on Fox. He works with Hannity. His, you know, views are paid for. So he, you know, survived, you know, what was career ending really for him. I don't know what's going to happen with Proctor, but especially we're seeing everything coming up in the Brian Walsh case, and they're going to come out from under a rock. Every defense attorney that Proctor was involved in their case, you wait and see. It's just going to keep coming and coming. And I just don't know how he can hold a position where he has to testify again, Kate. And it's not because of the, using the word cunt or it's because she was a target of the investigation and he was discussing it with outside people.
Right.
What do you guys expect now? We're told that this is going to be the state's going to wrap up their case on Tuesday. So we've got 3 more days and a lot more to come. Is that even possible that they could get all that in?
I know, I was kind of side-eyeing the timeline too.
Well, it depends, right? The defense has not really been putting up a fight. And I understand why. It's not salacious. They want the jury focused in on Proctor, what happened there. That's very salacious and sensational, even though it doesn't have to do with facts. They want to also point out, different things by Jen McCabe that they tried to make look, again, salacious and horrible. You find that the people like Carrie Roberts and all these scientists, they really don't want to keep that in the forefront of the jury's mind. So they're just sort of bypassing it and moving on.
I want to take on Joe's question. He says, what do you think of Sergeant Barrows saying the taillight was cracked and a piece missing, not destroyed? I want to take that on because I think that what Barrows is describing is what the taillight looked like later on in the Masshole Report, especially if you just approach that taillight in the driveway from behind and it's partially covered with snow, as it was pretty fairly covered in snow. That's exactly what that taillight also looked like at 822 when there would have been even less snow on it. But at 822, that's what it looked like from the dash cam video. So the left part of that taillight, the part that you see when you're coming at it from behind, that part was intact. There's a little bit of the corner missing, but then around the corner, that's where the bigger piece seems to be missing. So if you approach that taillight from behind, what Barrows described is exactly what we saw later on in the Masshole Report, to my opinion. What do you guys think about that?
I agree completely.
I agree.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree because everybody is going to describe the cracked tail light. Oh, sorry.
I think Jen had her speaker on. Kate, you back?
Yeah. So I mean, I think that again, like defined taillight. I think that again, like a lot of these pieces of evidence or this testimony that comes in is almost like a Rorschach test, right?
Yeah.
Where the bias really shines through, but I think the free care and read people are looking at that corner piece of, what would be, I guess, the larger taillight. When you're looking at it, you would say taillight, you're talking about the corner piece and then that piece that goes around the back, right? So from that, looking at it through that lens, it wasn't completely destroyed because the piece that goes around the back as you're approaching the vehicle in the back is completely intact. It's the corner that was broken there, right? That corner housing. Yep. So I think that, again, they're just kind of like focusing on that and going, well, that part was missing, right? But the larger taillight assembly, not so much.
You back, Jen?
Yeah, I agree, Kate. And I agree with you too, Kevin. It comes down to how you describe something. And because it wasn't completely gone, I would have described it that way. I would have said cracked with a piece missing. I wouldn't have gone into more detail than that. I think he was being honest. And again, this plays to the whole idea that, listen, this isn't a vast conspiracy, but the conspiracy theorists only like it. They only want to believe what suits them. And so then those people, they say, are credible, right? They can take their words and say, oh, they're credible. And everyone else is lying. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I think the only way you could possibly, and the defense didn't question Barrows, right? So the only you could question if you wanted to take the conspiracy angle, that his testimony was influenced by what he knew that they needed. So he knew that his fellow police officers needed him to say a piece was missing, so he added that in the end. But the defense didn't challenge that. So Giovanni DeStefano has said, "Are we aware that Court TV reported prosecutor is trying to obtain the Karen Reed interviews they gave on Nightline?" Now, I don't know if you have any more recent information on this, Kate, but my indication had been that ABC and who does 2020 NBC, that they had refused to give over the evidence that was subpoenaed, because you need the full interview. You can't just use the clips because those are edited.
Right.
And unless something has changed, we won't see that.
I don't think we'll see that.
That doesn't make any sense to me as a retired federal agent. If we wanted whatever from any news outlet, from anything, you just get a subpoena or a warrant and you have it. I don't know how any private company can stonewall that legally.
Well,
I
mean, I just don't know. Maybe Massachusetts just doesn't have the teeth.
I mean, with this, it wasn't so much. So my recollection, and I mean, I do believe that they ended up getting, I think they got something, but originally I know that they had filed, for a subpoena for those Rule 17 motion, pretty much, for those interviews. And the issue wasn't so much that NBC or CBS was stonewalling; it was that they were not properly served. So at least in Massachusetts, anyway, I'm sure it's like this everywhere. If it involves you, you have a right to be heard, pretty much. So like, they need to be served, they need to be heard in court. The judge needs to weigh everybody's arguments and interests in that and come to the legally sound conclusion. So I think that the issue really was the service. Either way, I would put my money on you're not going to hear any of those interviews in the courtroom.
Well, that's a shame. That's a shame of truth. Sorry.
Now, no, it's okay. I'm not a lawyer, so I'll put this on you guys. You guys aren't lawyers either, but maybe you have a little more experience in this. My understanding would be that you also would not be able to introduce these audio or these video unless you have present someone who was at that interview. So the interviewer or that can say, yes, this was the interview that was done. Right. So you would need more than just the video from, for instance, ABC News. You would need someone to come in and appear and say, is that correct? Or am I wrong on that?
No, you're correct.
It's correct, sort of. You don't have to have the person that was in there on the interview, but you would need somebody from the network to come in and authenticate that video before it could be introduced.
Right. Do we have any idea? Kate, do you know why Gretchen was taken off?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next question.
Sorry. I do. I just, God knows who's watching and why, but I mean, we can talk about that privately.
Do you know why? Who was taken off? Sorry.
Boston Magazine writer Gretchen Voss.
Oh, Gretchen Voss. She did such a great job on that article.
She's very talented. Yeah, I mean, it has nothing. I said that's a kind of a, it's got nothing to do with Gretchen herself or anything like that. I could tell you that much. Yeah, it's I would assume a strategic decision.
Would it possibly be a time decision because this trial was taking so long that the judge might have said, do you really need this? And could that factor in?
I would guess that it's a strategic decision.
Okay.
Yeah, time usually never factors in on this other than her, trying to.
Thank you. Please be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar.
We always have to start with a sidebar. Whatever happened? Do you guys know what happened to the voir dire of these experts that the defense was trying to get in?
They got to do it. I don't know when they're doing it.
It didn't happen Wednesday. And remember me talking about, you can't just snap your fingers and have these experts show up. They have lives, they have vacations, they have jobs. And for them to just all of a sudden be there on a Wednesday that was unplanned, I think would have been very difficult to pull that together.
Could they have done something like that over Zoom?
You can. I've had that happen over Zoom. Yeah, it can happen. But I think we would have heard about it.
I don't know. It just seems strange to me. And And where's that going to be squeezed in? If the prosecution is going to rest on Tuesday, I don't know. Or is it possible the judge decided to dismiss these experts, or at least dismiss the pathologist who was brought in truly at the last second?
I wouldn't bank on that with Bev, honestly.
Yeah.
I think
No,
I've been told by some attorneys that I know that work in the area, in the court over there, that most of the Superior Court judges probably would have just allowed that motion to exclude that expert without even really having to have a hearing. But out of everybody, Condone is the one that's going to probably weigh that in more, and when she can show more latitude to the defense.
Right. As is fair, people that are on trial for murder should have the maximum ability to defend themselves. So just that people watching understand, the audio is working for the court. This is just an opening sidebar. I guess Melanie Little and that other ambulance chasing attorney Betterow are in court today with Karen.
Oh, great.
With her family. They had a big get together outside court they were hugging Karen and the whole thing. I mean,
This is insane.
Yeah.
If you check the studio chat, whatever, you got a second, Kevin.
What's going on?
I just wrote something in the studio chat. That's all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Not to read out loud.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's also probably not necessary to bring her in, because the main value was that Karen admits that her taillight was missing pieces, but that's so well established at this point that I don't really understand why it's even a serious point of contention. I know that it is in the Sean McDonough world, but I think for the jury, it's not. They've seen enough evidence that taillight was in pieces.
Right.
Do you guys agree with that? Do you agree with that, Jen?
Yeah, I agree with that. But I really think it's very important to show statements that she said previously. Particularly that statement she made on air, when she says, I think what could have happened was I hit him and in his drunkenness, he did not get up. Who makes a statement like that? Didn't she bring up a raccoon analogy, Kate? What's your
No, what she said was, what I thought was, did I somehow unwittingly or somehow incapacitate him unwittingly? And in his drunkenness, he passed out. That's what she said. And I think that was her way of excusing the statements and the questions. Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Because she can't really get around that, right? She can't just outright deny that she said it at all. So she really leaned into the questions that she was asking and kind of glossed over the multiple people that reported hearing her say, I hit him, like definitively. So I believe that was, and we've seen that reflected in her text to Turtle Boy as well, where she, says, well, I thought maybe I could have maybe clipped him or incapacitated him or whatever. And I think that that's probably the closest that you are going to get to the truth of the situation, is that I think that she realized that she clipped him, is how she described it, and just figured that he would fall down and then get back up. And then, she's calling him. And when hours go by and he's not answering, she figures out that, oh shit, he didn't get back up.
Right. Maybe at first she's construing that as, oh, he's ignoring me, like the bunny burner, right? Oh my gosh, he's ignoring me. And that's why you see 53 texts coming in. Does that make sense? I will not be ignored. So it's just over and over and over again, not realizing that he did not get up. And then when she realizes he did not get up, that's when, the change of heart.
What do you guys think about the timeline of, maybe Kate knows more on this, but there seems to be some conflicting evidence out there. The timeline of when Karen actually got back to John's house on Meadows.
I think it was 12:41 because I think that they're estimating that the time that he was hit was around 12:32, maybe 12:31. So that's pretty much when the phone stops moving, if I recall. I know we'll get more testimony on that hopefully today. But so I mean, and just judging from the cell phone tower movements, right? At 12:38, she's already pulling away from the house and going and leaving. So it would appear that they pull up at 12:24. They're arguing. He exits the car. She pulls forward. Then she backs up and hits them. And then, calls him a couple times and then just leaves.
So I guess the sidebar issue here may be a little bit different, possibly more serious. There's a juror involved.
I'm telling you,
Jesus Christ.
if we get through this trial with no juror issues, it will be a miracle. As I said, these jurors every day look up inside down these roads and see free Karen Read signs, bumper stickers, people in pink screaming, shouting. It's unbelievable to be there and watch it. And there's just no way they could have not seen these things. And now we're getting into weeks and weeks of trial. And what happens is things start to get overheard. You know what I mean? Look at what happened in the Murdoch case. It's a perfect example with Egg Lady. People start, they're human. So they make an offhand comment or they say, hey, have you looked? I did. And then that juror turns them in, right? So it'll be a miracle.
One juror was dismissed. We've heard conflicting reports. The juror that was dismissed earlier in the week. We'll just say that.
That my understanding is that is nothing to do with the case. It was a personal issue.
Right. But there was a report by someone that's followed a lot.
What do you mean?
On Twitter. Grant had a report on that on Twitter.
Yeah, but Grant lies is the problem. Grant just makes shit up. So, whatever Grant says, I believe it was stated in court as openly. I am extremely confident that yes, there was a juror dismissed, but it was for a personal issue, not case related.
Judge Cannoni said it was unrelated to anything to do with the trial. I mean, Judge Cannoni made that statement. But as we know, around this case, there are always going to be rumors. And all I know is I guess I do appreciate.
I just want to point out, sorry to interrupt you, Jen. Karen's Karen is shaking her head right now. If you guys can see the screen, so whatever's going on in this sidebar, she is disputing it. Did you see? I don't know. Did you see that, Jen?
Yeah, I saw that.
I watch her like a hawk because I know the jurors.
Look how she's doing it again. She's very vigorously shaking her head.
I posted a tweet yesterday. Did you see that? Somebody had astutely, during the whole process of Proctor leaving, took a series of shots of her face, turning around and giving the stink eye at best to Proctor. Yeah. And I made a post on that because I basically said, you could just feel and see the anger seething from her. And I just made a comment, I wonder if that was a similar face she had on the 29th, 2022. All of a sudden I had a visual that I think is going to match these these voicemails we're going to hear. And, a lot of people were very upset with me, I guess, for saying that. But my point is, people are watching. they're looking at her and she has no self-control to contain what her true feelings are. Some people said, well, wouldn't you be that angry? I can assure you, I would not make dirty faces and follow those dirty faces. I wouldn't do it. It's so juvenile to me, a reaction like that. That's just my opinion. What did you guys think?
As far as Karen's reactions, I mean, we try to interpret it what a jury might think, and I think her staring down Michael Proctor might be more understandable, but through much of the testimony, she was actually almost kind of celebrating and giggling and looking back at Alan Jackson during the middle of his cross. This was like a really big moment for her,
Yeah, I include that too. All of it, the jury is taking in, and how they interpret it, like you said, we don't know how each person will interpret it. But I mean, I have my interpretations, just like you do.
So this has been going on for a while here. Maybe we should all stop and have breakfast. Let's see if I got any more
Yeah, this
information.
doesn't seem like it's good.
Yeah. So I don't know if we got any kind of an update from inside the courtroom.
Can the sidebars be heard in that courtroom? Have you all heard by other people in the courtroom? She seems to be able to hear. Can everybody hear, I guess?
Maybe in this case where the jury is out, a lot of the time the sidebars, they will use a white noise machine to kind of drown it out from the rest of the courtroom.
And maybe it's just not working. I can't hear that white noise. I always hear it, of course, when they go sidebar with the jury. I'm just wondering if they don't do that without the jury.
Probably not, and that's probably why they mute the audio stream, like the feed.
But that would mean that people in the courtroom can hear.
It would appear that Karen can, so.
What are the possible things that come up in an issue like this? Something that could be causing Karen to actually turn her head like that. Is the juror complaining about some attempt to influence him or her? What are the possible issues here?
That would be my best guess, honestly.
Yeah, certainly something disfavorable to read. She stopped shaking her head, though. Maybe Jackson is winning the argument. But it almost seemed as if there was perhaps some accusation about something that had been done, and she was shaking her head no, that it had not been done. Whatever that accusation was done, either, whether it was somebody in her camp or one of the people that works for her.
One thing we know is that whatever the legal and the ethical lines are, this defense will walk right up to it and step over it just a little bit. That's what they're always willing to do. Alan Jackson reached out to me. Oh, I don't know what this loss of screen is. It's not on my end. They've cut the camera for some reason.
It's a serious issue, I can tell you that.
Was
that you that said, no, it was you that said that, Kevin. Why did you say a juror issue?
I just got it in a little.
It is. It's a juror issue. They've got one female juror at sidebar with the attorneys right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just got sent some information privately. That's all. But yeah.
No,
Um,
I was summoned to Discord real quick. It's been posted on Twitter. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, guys. I am eating my morning popcorn and I'll stop. Breakfast of Champions. Apologies to everyone. I guess I have a great microphone. That's what I've determined from your feeds.
It's like your cell phone. If you put it on speakerphone, the gain goes up, so it picks up every little noise.
So true. My deepest apologies. I hate to be rude like that. I had no idea anyone could hear. I'm so sorry.
So this is they actually cutting the camera feed though. What does this mean? Let me go to another.
This has got to be pretty serious, yeah. No, the judge ordered the camera feed cut.
All right.
But I think that's to not capture the juror if she's up there, inadvertently or not. I saw the camera actually sweep and catch the juror seats. Nobody was in there, but you could see notes or who was taking notes. It was pretty quick. But I always find it interesting to see which jurors are taking copious notes, because oftentimes they will be the jurors that are really leading the discussion because they have the notes, they have the receipts. So it was interesting, in that chair I saw, I believe it was the first lowest chair. It looked like had a notebook and notes with them, whereas many of the other chairs were empty. Of course, they could have their notes with them and not have them left there, but that's usually against the rule. That they usually say leave all notes.
So in the Discord, are they saying that the judge ordered the camera feed cut?
Yes, the judge ordered the camera feed cut. It sounds like they may have inadvertently caught a little bit of the juror on the cameras. This is definitely a pretty serious issue. I hope that what happens today is not a mistrial get called. I really hope that does not happen. That would be terrible for the family.
Oh my
See
God.
this would be the case if a juror was reporting conversation between other jurors about the facts of the case. They're not
That
supposed to
could
talk
be an
about it.
issue if a juror's been influenced, threatened, outed. I mean, all of that, any sort of jury tampering. And we know that has been the goal a lot of the Free Karen Reed people, particularly Turtle Boy, because they've stated as much that their intent to tamper with the jury. So
I don't understand, and maybe you all recall this or what happened with this. Somehow I did not catch all this. Why in the world was venue not changed? Not where the proceeding is taking place, because I think that's always important to have it in and around, where it affected people. But why in the world did the jury selection, the jury pool, why weren't they chosen from Boston or someplace else, a big city?
it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have mattered. I think at this point, honestly, the entire state has been tainted. I mean,
Okay. I never agree with that. I'm telling you, when I was there, there's some people who have no idea what's going on. It was funny. Even the bartender at McCarthy's, when I called him the paparazzi, but when the guy started taking pictures of me and yelling my name, she's like, "Who's that? Who are you? What are you guys talking about?" I mean, totally confused. Obviously, they know about the case, but
right.
know about intricate points of the case, I guess I should say. And I think so many people in Boston don't care. I know what you're saying, but just I found it in all the cases that I've ever worked. People just really don't know, a huge amount of people, because they're not newsies and they're not true crimers.
Right.
For some reason, Rhode Island is a hotbed of Free Karen Reed.
Yep.
I mean, and a hotbed of Turtle Boy for some reason. I guess the juror is no longer in the room, and the judge has called a recess.
Oh boy.
So interpret that.
Do we have 4, well now 3 alternate jurors? Right? One of the jurors has
So
been
we're
dismissed and was replaced, but didn't she only pick 4 alternates?
I don't really understand. Like, if the juror is not in the room, but they're in a recess, so if they're in a recess, none of the jurors would be in the room, right? So, so
No, well,
I'm trying
Kevin, cameras are off for the rest of the morning.
for the rest of the morning,
Yep.
Gosh.
even if trial continues.
Yep. The judge has ordered the camera off for the rest of the morning.
Ay. So, of the people that are in court, the news report is covering it. Which ones are the best at kind of tweeting up to the moment tweets about it? And I'm not going to go to that Machado, daddy's girl,
Oh my gosh.
but I mean,
Ted Daniel is on top of it. What's that other woman? Hold on. I think it's NBC. Not Sue O'Connell. So maybe that's. Hold on.
Let me find out too.
Christina Rex, and then of course John DePietro, if he's there, is usually pretty on top of it.
yeah, his reporting is great, but he's not doing that kind of constant tweeting. I mean, I hate to say it, Grant used to do that, even though it wasn't always reliable. At least you were getting those up to the minute updates, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I loved the live tweeting that Grant did because I could tell exactly what was happening. I mean, he was, every couple minutes it seemed like.
It was not objective tweeting, but at least it was something that you
Right.
you had to kind of read through it a little bit, but at least it was there. It doesn't seem like anybody else. Like, I was following David Bieniek of ABC of WCBB Channel 5, but he kind of seems to put out something at lunch and after lunch, and I'm sorry, and after at court, and that's it. So
Yeah,
there really
so
isn't.
Christina Rex seems to be doing pretty much, live tweeting. Ted Daniel as well.
Okay.
I mean, I would assume with the cameras off that you're probably going to see an increase in tweeting, right?
Yeah, I would hope so. Well, let's see. We'll wait. We'll hang in there a little bit and see if we get any more updates. Yeah, someone's recommending Bieniek. I like Bieniek, but he just doesn't put out a lot of tweets on what's going on. So, and that's been true on times when there's no hearing. I mean, when there's no cameras. So we want to get that at least every 5-minute tweet. We may be stuck with. Oh no, Turtle Boy's not there today.
Right.
I would not be tuning into that.
I don't know. This is troubling because this is the important part of the testimony that we want to hear. I didn't see the camera. I was watching the whole time. I didn't see a juror.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, this is coming from the court clerk now. Per Ted Daniels, has ordered the camera off for at least the rest of the morning because it caught a juror. The photographer had a wide shot at the time, and I didn't see the photographer get notice that a juror was coming in.
So maybe is that what the juror is complaining about, or is it? I wouldn't think they would even know. But yeah. Well, I hope she is able to work this out when the cameras come back on, because this just again further, this whole thing has become a circus, right? And the vast majority of the public, to the extent that they are paying attention to this, they tend to be just seeing headlines. And a lot of the headlines and a lot of the coverage, even from national media, court TV, or whatever, can be salacious and can really give you those snapshots create a false impression about what's going on in court. And so I think it's really valuable to be able for people to watch it themselves and see. And if they take that away when the most important evidence is coming, I think that's unfair to John's family.
My head is just shaking right now. Not going to jump to any conclusions, obviously, but, you know, there's nothing good when a juror is called on a sidebar, cameras are turned off, and the feed stops.
Maureen Walsh just in chat is saying that a juror came through the main common door with 2 court sheriffs. Could
So
that mean that? Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, this is okay. Yep. We're live, so I can't really say much. But yeah, it is a juror issue.
So I don't know anything on that. Speculating, why would someone come in through the main door? Could they have come in late? Could they have been harassed outside on the way by you know?
I would say let's not speculate on this again. Like, let's not speculate on this.
I'm just speculating, just in general terms, on any possible thing. That's all. I mean, I don't have any information on that.
Hold on.
Jen, I think too, I know you've made the point that you don't believe these trials should be televised.
I 100% don't. You know, I am in the media, obviously, as a contributor. I've a lot of people on News Nation and that are in the media completely disagree with me. I steadfastly believe it compromises adjudication, and you know, I keep referencing the OJ trial. I don't know if the OJ trial would have turned out like it did without the complete circus that surrounded that trial. The best example I can name of a trial I think that was very high profile, but was done how I think, personally, how I think they should be done, keeping justice first, is the Caitlin Armstrong trial. Very high profile case. She was convicted. She murdered Mo Wilson. Mo Wilson was a nationally ranked cyclist, very well known, and the love interest of Caitlin was having an affair with Mo, and she stalked her, went into the house, and killed her with a gun. Then she went on the run. She was in Costa Rica, redid her whole face, was eventually caught, brought back, and then escaped again. And you can see these gigantic, chubby officers trying to chase her down. Meanwhile, she looks like a gazelle running away from them. But she's ultimately caught again. So it was just very public. And the judge said, listen, everybody's going to hear opening statements. Everybody's going to hear closing statements and the verdict. Other than that, we're closed and we're going to get through this. And still the public's in there. You know what I mean? It's not that the public isn't in there, and it's not that reporters aren't in there. It's just that it's not publicized for the circus of what happens in social media. Because look at these witnesses. I mean, Proctor is going to be in a lot of trouble, Kevin. But he's going to be crucified and has been crucified in social media, and his family and so forth. I feel terrible for his family.
I'm going to push back on this in one regard, though, Jen.
Mhm.
Based just on this case, the media has covered this so poorly, so deceptively, that if we were just going to rely on mainstream media coverage of this case, the public would have a really distorted, they wouldn't even have the opportunity to evaluate for themselves what's going on here. I mean, honestly, if I didn't know the evidence and hadn't looked into it so deeply, and I was just going by the coverage that I see, not just on the Boston Herald, but the New York Post, sometimes Court TV, or even on those other shows like Surviving the Survivor, also even Channel 5 here, I would have a distorted view of what's going on in this case, and I would still think there might be a conspiracy. So I don't know. I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I do think there's a public value in having the cameras in there. I don't know. Does that make sense at all?
I think the difference is in coming from the viewpoint of law enforcement, is that, and please, hopefully I'm going to say this genteelly, it's that the only people that really matter in this, and I kind of said this yesterday, are those jurors. Their
Right.
opinions based on the facts. I mean, honestly, my opinion means nothing.
Yeah.
I value your opinion and everybody's opinion, but everybody out here, we mean nothing to John O'Keefe, to his family, to the adjudication regarding what happened that day. What matters is what those jurors think, and they need to be kept. In my opinion, I would have sequestered them in this, but they need to be kept pure. And how can anything be pure when it's blowing up with millions and millions of people engaging in this case and putting out so much information? It can't.
Right.
And of course, people could say, oh, well, then, Jen, you're being hypocritical because you're part of that. Yes, I am part of that because that's my voice. That's my advocacy. That's the reason I have a platform. But I don't think it has any place for the courtroom. I would keep it tight and closed.
That's a really good point. I mean, it is up to the jury. It's not up to the media to try this. So I do value that point. I don't know. I'm torn, I guess, because I do also think that the only way we can keep our public institutions strong is by having daylight shined on them, and that includes the trials here. So we've talked a lot about the way the police have conducted themselves in this investigation, and I think it's important for people to have confidence in that, and I think shedding light on those things keeps pressure on the authorities to make sure those things are running legitimately. So I don't know. It's a good argument, and this is why some judges don't allow it, right?
This is 100% why some judges don't allow it. They are steadfast in their belief that a courtroom and the goings on is sacred if justice is to be found solely by jurors that are unaffected by what's happening in the public.
Right.
And that is where the bar is for me. That's, to me, all that really matters to me is that these jurors are kept and the process is kept sacred. And that is not what we're seeing happen here, in my opinion. It's just
So
not.
if you're interested, someone just sent me a small clip from a former prosecutor that's discussing the value of the DNA evidence and how it shows that there was not a fight. So if you want, I can bring this on and then you can react to it. I haven't seen it myself. So this is from Aurora, who you see in chat. She always has intelligent comments in chat. And so I trust this to be decent material. Let me bring it in. It still is not finished yet. That's weird. I hit download, but it's not in the download folder. This must be, you know what? It must be a format that I can't play. Let me try it another way. It's in a format that the StreamYard won't recognize. So let me try to put it up on the screen and see if it goes that way. Nope, that's not working either. So Aurora, thank you for the video, but for some reason, this is not a form that the stream service will recognize. Let's try it one more time. Okay, I got it now. Must have been just finishing up. All right, so we'll bring this up.
Again, similar to the non-alien, how many?
It's also, I think, of note,
followed by 33 zeros.
it's also of note that a lot of the contributor samples are really low quality, which means they can kind of come from anywhere. If it was someone else's blood, vomit, or other bodily fluids, saliva, whatever, the sample quality wouldn't be so low they couldn't test it. It would be a better sample quality. There would be more DNA present there.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors,
But
including
these contributors could be, if somebody else folded his clothes at some point, you know?
If it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals, than if it originated from 4 unknown,
Right.
unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And similarly, sir, with regard to that number, septillion, how many zeros is that?
That is a 1 followed by 24
Michelle,
zeros.
it's not odd that there's multiple contributors. I think it's very notable that the contributors are low quality samples, meaning it's not somebody else's bodily fluids. But no, it's not. It's John O'Keefe's DNA and then unknown DNA, and a lot of that unknown can't be tested.
Correct.
And if you could, essentially you did testing on those items as well as some fingernail clippings.
These do not say
Just going to pause this for a second to say that I'm told the judge is back in and they're in sidebar again. I don't know if that means it'll come on TV. So keep watching for us, guys, and I'll keep watching it too if they do, if for some reason the cameras come back on. But this person speaking here about the DNA is a former prosecutor.
they're all male contributors.
Correct.
It said at least one
Yes.
male contributor.
Now, with regard to those items,
All right, I guess that was it. That didn't really tell us a whole lot. I'll bring in the second one she sent me.
again, similar to the non-alien, how many?
It's
zeros
also, I
That's a
think, of
1 followed
note.
by 33 zeros.
It's also of note that a lot of the contributor samples are really low quality, which means they can kind of come from anywhere. If it was someone else's blood, vomit, or other bodily fluids, saliva, whatever, the sample quality wouldn't be so low they couldn't test it. It would be a better sample quality. There would be more DNA present there.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors,
But
including
these
male DNA.
contributors could
The
be,
DNA profile
if
from
somebody
items
else
at least
folded his
53
clothes at some
septillion
point,
times more
you know?
likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown,
Right.
unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And similarly, sir, with regard to that number, septillion, how many zeros is that?
That is a 1 followed by 24
Michelle,
zeros.
it's not odd that there's multiple contributors. I think it's very notable that the contributors are low quality samples, meaning it's not somebody else's bodily fluids. But no, it's not. It's John O'Keefe's DNA and then unknown DNA, and a lot of that unknown can't be tested.
Correct.
And if you could, essentially you did testing on those items as well as some fingernail clippings.
These do not say they're all male contributors. It said at least one
Yes.
male contributor.
Now, with regard to those items,
Okay, Jen, what do you think of that?
I mean, she brings up a good point, and that's the difference, of course, between touch DNA, which is where you're, and I do not discount at all touch DNA, because that proves that your skin cells rubbed off via friction, typically onto a garment or something, and that, so you've left something behind, but they are of a lower quality in terms of testing compared to hair, semen, saliva, and blood. So I agree with her with that. With what was said, I mean, primarily the DNA, it came back to John O'Keefe. I think there were only 2 samples. I actually had to listen to that expert's testimony twice.
Mhm.
to sort of really glean what was being said. But essentially, what was said was the only DNA produced that was able to be tested was John O'Keefe's. So the point to that for me was, if he was ambushed at the house and beaten by 3 different individuals, their DNA would be all over his clothing, period, end of story, because their knuckles, the impact, hairs, saliva, sweat, all of that would have transferred in such a fight that would be enough to kill someone. So that's what I gleaned from that. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I just unfortunately, and I rewatched it last night, knowing this might come up on court TV, and I hate to keep picking on the guy, but and this is a difficult scientific issue, but it was not clear in that questioning, and I don't think that did anything. I don't think a lot of that testimony, I'm not sure it helped the case, the court's, the state's case. It may have even hurt him, because I think it just led to more confusion. I don't know.
Well, it was funny because after that testimony, that's kind of what your reflection was. You said, geez, what was really said, right?
Yeah.
And so I consider you somebody that would be, and you have been, just such a great juror, because you look at things logically, analytically, you listen. You have a particular interest in this case because you're talking about it, right? You're on air right now talking, you talk about it in mainstream media. So it's important to understand. And if somebody like you didn't glean really anything from it, that's bad. To your point, the message wasn't delivered forcefully enough. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully he restates all of that in his closing, what the significance of all that was. Still nothing?
No, and I looked at the channels. So Court TV has said trial continues. They've stopped their show and said they've scheduled a new show for noon. This is on the local Boston 25. It says judge temporarily orders court camera off after juror is caught on video. And I'm also told there may be an audio only feed coming from the courtroom, probably something from Zoom. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll just have to stay tuned for a little bit and see what happens. But if the judge is back in court, I would expect that if they can continue, they'll continue this morning. Nicole says audio will be allowed. That's Nicole in chat, Nicole Davis. Occam's razor says the jury should have been sequestered. It's a long time to sequester a jury, but yeah.
I 100% agree with Razor. She's right on point as usual, or he. I think it's she though, for some reason how she writes. Right on point there. I know it's a long time, Kevin, and I'm sure the judge considered that, but it's just it's too important, right? First of all, it is the life of Karen Reed. That she could go to prison for not the rest of her life, but for a for a decade or two. Isn't it a 20-year violation? I think if I looked, if she were convicted of murder too, up to. So it's a lot of time for the defendant. And this family and everybody we've seen, all the suffering, they deserve justice. And so for people to be sequestered for 8 weeks sometimes has to happen for that to happen.
Where it is a second juror is now up before the judge. Oh, sorry, Kate's back. But where it is a second juror is now up before the judge in a sidebar. Or maybe Kate's not back. So Kate recommended, this is someone named Christina Rex. That's Christina, Kristina Rex. So you can search for that by going to Twitter and hashtagging Christina Rex. And she says she is covering the trial as a neutral source of information. I believe she's WBZ.
I've dealt with Christina. I've been on her, been live with her on various segments on various cases. She's great. I really like Christina. I think she's very valuable as a reporter. She is neutral. She's a true, what I call a reporter of facts, right? As a contributor, someone like me, I have a different role. My role, I am not a reporter. I'm a person that's been asked based on my training and experience to give opinions based on facts and what is known.
Yeah.
And so I have a far different role than a reporter. To me, a reporter should be an unbiased, unswayed, strictly a presenter of facts. And she's great about that. And I think people like you who are content creators, you and all the content creators have a right to their opinion too. I mean, that's why they have a platform. People are following them because they appreciate and value their opinions on cases. So, I always find it interesting when people say, you're not reporting without opinion. Can you just report without opinion? That's not really my job.
Right. So you're an analyst.
Yes.
I consider myself an analyst too, although I don't have the experience or the background. I'm upfront with that. I was never in law enforcement. I'm not a lawyer. So I don't feel bad in saying that necessarily. You do a great job, but there are other people that were not in law enforcement or not lawyers, such as Kate, who have done a superior job. I don't mean superior to you. I mean superior to anybody else in the media. There are so many lawyers that, yes, they're law tubers that are completely grifting on this case, like the two that are sitting with Karen's family today, and they're all over YouTube. So I just try to give my analysis as fairly as I can and let the chips fall where they may. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That people have a right to just switch to another channel. Trying my best to be fair. So Christina Rex says, she said 9 minutes ago, it seems we will have access to an audio-only feed through a webinar link to the court. I'll post when I have more information. Before that, or actually right after that, she said lawyers are again at sidebar without the jury present. Another female juror, different than the previous, just entered court and is at sidebar with the lawyers and the judge. So those are her posts from today. So she'll keep it updated. Says she is an Andover, Mass native. That's where I live now. And I grew up in the town of Lawrence, which is adjacent Andover, but on the other side of the tracks, so to speak. So the second juror that was in the sidebar has left the sidebar, but the sidebar is continuing with the attorneys and the judge, of course.
Big sigh.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you that it's been very clear Judge Cannoni wants this case down the road, off the docket. She doesn't want, as we all saw, she put very strict parameters on getting lab results. She was very irritated when things weren't moving along. Despite numerous attempts to continue, she disallowed it. And I could see why, because she understands justice is in the balance. And the longer this thing goes, the more difficult it is to find a pure jury pool, right? So I think she's made great decisions in this regard. And I think it's going to take a lot for her to,
I guess a third female juror has now been brought up to the sidebar.
oh, good Lord. You know, this is just really something. Because didn't they just pick 3 alternates? The more I think about it, I'm going from my memory. Were there 15 or 16 total jurors?
I believe they started out with 17, actually. They were going to go with 14, and then through the process, maybe partly because they had a couple of productive days where they managed to seat like 7 jurors. But then some of the jurors that got selected got dismissed during the process. But I think they eventually went with 17. I'm not 100% sure, but it was a higher number. I think they expected to have this kind of a problem.
I thought it was 16 or 15, but I could be wrong. We need to look back and see if we can figure out that number. But my point is, we're not even halfway through the trial. We really aren't. Right. I know that, I know they're saying Tuesday. I don't think that will happen. And then we still have Alan Jackson's side of everything, which I think will be very elongated no matter what he says. You can just watch his cross-examination and see how he belabors everything.
This next piece of information goes to your point about trying to get jurors from outside the community. Supposedly a juror went to the Waterfall pub last night and was asking questions.
Oh no. Can't do it. You can't see any outside information. Right. You can't do it. And she warns him of that. That's one of her 3 treaties, she says at the beginning.
And now there's a 4th juror up in sidebar.
Oh, Lord.
This whole thing is ominous. Let's just say ominous. So on the Fox 25 feed, it's saying this morning's testimony will be audio only after a juror was caught on camera, per the judge.
So I guess you said it publicly. I just hope that is not true.
I'm sorry. I'm still getting messages from people.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
I know that I've been on a jury twice. Nothing as serious as this. And we all took the jurors, the instructions, very seriously. None of us, I don't know if you can see the screen, but someone has a request of you, Jen. But I'll get to that in a second. But we all took it very seriously. None of us discussed the case.
I love that idea, Lou. Forensic Friday. We've got True Crime Tuesday. We've got Missing Mondays. That would be so interesting to do. I have the coolest guy that I just interviewed, although he's not flashy, he's brilliant, just about bail reform. And I think it would be so interesting for me to get one of my forensic buddies and interview them. The editing involved in those situations, Lou, takes a long time, but I think you mean a live where we discuss and answer questions regarding forensics and how they interplay in cases. And maybe I could get somebody to come on with me. One of my buddies on that side, an FBI agent, retired.
I'd be very interested in that too. Like it's some are better than others, but they actually had a forensic pathologist that was on Court TV last week that was very good. I think it was a woman. I forget her name. She was outstanding. So yeah, if you could find some people like that, because this is stuff that most of us don't know much about, you know. So we want to hear the experts talk about that. So if you could find that, that would be great.
Yeah, great idea, Lou. Thank you. I have a big conference call coming up here that I'm going to have to start preparing for. And fortunately or unfortunately, actually, this should be fortunate. I have, let's see, 3 cases going to trial and or deposition right around the corner. And so my time to spend doing my kind of, I don't want to call it a hobby, I'm going to call it my advocacy, will be coming to a very near close. Not total close, but certainly the aperture is going to tighten down, because I'm going to have to start really working much more full time due to the status of litigation coming up. But
Boone's Farm says audio should return shortly. I don't know where he's basing that from, but we'll report it. Audio should return shortly. That would make sense. They want to keep this trial moving. So if they have enough jurors to continue after this. Marianne is saying Dr. Jan Gara. I'm not going to try to say that name. I wonder if that's the person who was on Court TV. I really don't remember her name, but she was very good. Or maybe you're talking about something else. I'd love to have her on my channel, but with a name that I can't say, I'm not sure if I could do it. It's like Gara Gavavla or something like that. Oh, my Lord. Jill says, how do you find Christina Rex? All right, so go to Twitter, go into search and hit the hashtag and then put Christina Rex, always one word, Christina with a K. I don't blame the cameraman for accidentally getting the juror, because they were not expecting the juror to walk in with the court officers. They were taken by, I mean, the camera person was taken by surprise, you know?
no, I agree. I totally agree. You know, I think Judge Cannoni just doesn't want any more accidents. But let's be clear, you know, we know there's some individuals that are in that courtroom right now that likely know exactly what these, not only know what the jurors look like, but I'm just saying what I believe. I don't believe they're above board, and I don't think there's anything they're not capable of concerning these jurors. So unfortunately, it's never good to publicize an individual, but I think a lot to do with their anonymity has already possibly been compromised, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. And it sounds like some of these, so now Melanie is reporting that the first juror is back at sidebar. So she obviously hasn't been dismissed, I would say. She may have been ratting on the other jurors. I shouldn't say that in a negative way. I mean, she may have been informing on them.
You know, I have to say that normally this would be done in chambers. I'm surprised that anything is being done in open court. It's just surprising to me. I always have to remember that, you know, state court is so different from federal court in terms of how a lot of things are conducted. And quite frankly, every judge can manage their courtroom as they want to. I'm going to go mute for just a minute, Kevin.
Yep. People are sending me photos of the juror coming in, and thank you, but obviously I'm not going to show them for the same reason. And it's not really a photo that actually reveals the person anyways, but all right. So the jurors that are being interviewed, this may be an issue of them not necessarily having been reported or having done anything wrong. It could be that the judge is going to now interview people interview the jurors one at a time. So Lori, why do you think I should restart the feed? I mean, it's easier just to stay on for now until something happens, but what advantage would there be to restarting the feed? If we're not going to get the audio soon, I will get off, but doesn't it seem easier just to keep going? Angela S. says, I am a retired homicide detective of 20 years. I have grave concerns about this case. It is really sad. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. I don't have any concerns about what happened here because, again, the timeline's just, in order for Karen to be innocent, there has to have been a frame job and the planting of evidence that involves multiple people. And when you go and look at the possibility of that, the opportunity to tamper with the vehicle and to plant that evidence in the scene, it's just not possible. The only way it's possible is if a whole lot of state troopers are in on it, and they don't have any incentive. This is not something that involved the state cop. So there's no incentive there. And the likelihood of all of these troopers willing to throw away their liberty and their careers for reasons that are inexplicable. What? Because John walked on the lawn of somebody once or something like that? I mean, it's never made sense. So I'm going to bring up, let me bring something up for, this might be interesting to people. I brought this up the other day. Let me see if I can find it real quick. This is a couple of days back, but that's a lot of emails. You can never find it when you need it. Let me find it another way. But this was footage from WBZ from the crime scene that night. Sorry, I'm just seeing if I can find this. I don't know. I get so many emails that it becomes hard to find things. All right, I got it. All right, got it right here. Hold on one second. Sorry, it took me a moment to find it.
A lot of new details in the mysterious death of a Boston police officer. His girlfriend is now charged. Prosecutors say that Karen Reed hit Officer John O'Keefe and then left him dead in the snow outside of a Canton home. Then they...
Okay, I want to freeze frame this right here. What you see right there is right after the CERT team finished. We now know from a testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara that they finished at 6:22. So they really only searched the crime scene for less than an hour. But that's the scene. And that's clearly, basically, in effect, 2 parking spaces. So the area they shoveled snow to find the evidence was 2 parking spaces because they had a report of where John was found. So they had every reason to believe that that's where the hit and run was. So into that scene, we're to believe by the conspirators, the conspiracy people, that the conspirators, Michael Proctor or Trooper Buchanan or both of them, somehow snuck into there where there were 7 troopers on the CERT team shoveling. And in addition to that, 2 other troopers were present, including their boss, Lieutenant Tully, into that tiny scene there. So we're supposed to believe that into that tiny scene, another trooper, one of the lead investigators here, slipped in unknown and dropped off the evidence. No, that's not possible. And so the only way that evidence could have been pried from that vehicle at the Sally Port and delivered to this scene in time for them to find it, and there really wasn't any time anyways, because they found the main piece at 5:45, and Michael Proctor's still seen in the garage in the Sally Port at least at 5:40. But so let's say somehow he gets into his car, he drives down the street. I guess this time, if he drives down the street and hands the taillight pieces to Lieutenant O'Hara or somebody on his team, but again, that means they're all part of it. So all of these troopers would have to be part of this conspiracy in order for it to make sense. Now, I can't stop anybody from believing that. But what are you going to do? There's no motive to explain that. There's no motive to. I mean, Lieutenant Tully doesn't know the Alberts. Lieutenant Tully doesn't know, and he's the boss. Michael Proctor has a loose connection to the Alberts, but Brian Albert is not a state trooper. Nobody in his family is a state trooper. So it just doesn't make sense. So it's reported in chat by a name that I can't pronounce that the first juror is back at sidebar. Just looking through chat to see if anybody has anything else to report. And on the 25, you're putting up Ted Daniels. Let me bring this back in then, because they're putting up Ted Daniels. These are Ted Daniels' tweets from Fox 25. The juror who first went to side, this is from 10 minutes ago, this morning has returned and is back at sidebar. So, I mean, it sounds like Lori, I would say I don't think the image of that person is very clear anyways, and it's going to be out there too. So there's no way to put that genie back in the bottle. That's my opinion on that anyways. So John DePietro says he is not in court today. Jules, I think that's a premature rush to judgment. I think all four of them should be removed from the jury, she says, but we don't know anything about the discussion that's going on there. So I don't really know why you would say that. That's the judge will decide that. We don't know what they were discussing. We don't know if there was any discussions between those jurors. Maui says court in recess for 5 minutes. Does that mean it's back in 5 minutes? I don't really understand. Okay, Ted Daniels reports that the sidebars have ended for now. A 5-minute recess is called. Court clerk tells me we can air the courtroom feed, including the video. He says, I'm not sure what the feed will look like, but we will soon. So it sounds like the video is going to be coming back soon. Just want to say too, so I got a lot of emails from people this morning. I generally have been getting a lot. I do respond to them all. I definitely see them all. So if I miss one, it's because obviously, especially while I'm live on the air, I'm looking at the email, but I'm not obviously typing back to you. So please don't think that I didn't read your email. I did appreciate it. I just can't. It's hard to reply to an email when you're on the air. So I'm going to take a break myself, but I'm going to leave the feed going because it sounds like it may be back shortly and we don't want to miss that. So let's just leave it going and see what happens. And I will take myself out of the feed.
Thank you. Maybe see the close down session. 117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, Jonas. I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Thank you. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? So everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we last yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So you'll see that there's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Ms. Jessica Hyde to the stand.
Right this way. Watch your step, please. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence in the court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, if you want that microphone is adjustable, you can put it pretty much anywhere you're comfortable with, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI, College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
And following your undergraduate, where did you go from there?
From there, I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And when about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center. which is I work there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
from there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no, I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms. In their graduate program, I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012. And I will ascend to, I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics, and I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to this?
Great question. I've published a paper on the standardization of data recovery. I worked on that with Dr. Owen Casey and Dr. Nelson. That was published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
So you've had both articles that you've authored that have been peer reviewed and published, as well as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work?
Correct. I've performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal and DFIR Review.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
And with reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regard to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I do perform digital forensic analysis on cases. I currently work on 2 U.S. government contracts supporting 1 digital forensic analysis and 2 novel research and exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, et cetera. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could turn your attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do some work in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th of 2023.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what was it that you looked at? I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at 2 specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And with regard to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received 2 reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you received reports from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those 2 reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTEX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used.
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to Ardex, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
And if I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the record, when you use that term as far as the SQLite database, how is that spelled?
It is capital SQL, lowercase ITE, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you received the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been used at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were 2 searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those 2 searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the 2 reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the 2 search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long tit, to die in cold. And the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your, starting, if you could, sort of walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'll just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of these search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Hoslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Cool. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data, before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc, of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data and you at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, When they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, etc., as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file, and so that wall file is going to contain both a data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you closed the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted, specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach just briefly?
Sure.
Okay, we have our first sidebar since we have the new camera viewing. This witness is not only likable, incredibly intelligent, as qualified as you'll ever see, and going to be very difficult to defeat. And then you're going to bring up afterwards Ian Whiffen, who is a senior forensic data analyst and one of the designers of the program Celebrate that the Slippery Defense team used to manufacture this 227 search. I'm sorry, I mean find. Thank you, Norwegian. You don't have to do that. You're my friend, brother, so you don't have to, but I appreciate it. I think you're too optimistic that turtle riders will understand this.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored. And inside that database, we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name. It might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that a timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of this search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOF long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hunkamok Sports. Hakmok. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hakmok Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in Cache DB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that P list and that database. Then the,
Can I stop you?
yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the P list and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the P list for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food? Based on your analysis, was that a search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2 smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 623, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the knowledge CDB and the mobile Safari P list. And then we have, yeah, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 624, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the knowledge CDB and the P list. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAW files and not the raw file.
And so as far as sort of towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading of 227:40 in the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search, it's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that it was, the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see, that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Bad question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 227 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 227 timestamp and the 623 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 227, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 624, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 227 when the Hawk Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine. Now, if I could ask you at this point, as you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact. If you could remind the jury what that is, and if you could explain that.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of the file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is table 2 of my report on page 4. And
if you could, again, using the latest form that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to depicted in table 2 up on the screen.
So table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google, or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the history DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs. And the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want. And in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs, and it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function, or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari plist, and this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or it has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what, if any, sort of, as a forensic examiner, what, if any, sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by a user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Celebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Celebrite extraction, is there, what if any further analysis do you do to sort of look behind?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the WAL file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the WAL file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the WAL file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the WAL file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file, because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a WAL file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the WAL file itself doesn't mean deletion, but there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Ma'am, thank you, Your Honor.
And again, Ms. Hyde, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that laser pointer, again, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This, and more importantly, are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB.
And I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to figure one. What, if anything, else of significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to the, or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis here?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried. Sorry, yes. Okay.
Jan, are you here?
I am.
So,
She's
what do you
so
think?
good. How do you love this? The 227 search, what we've, I'm actually putting together a tweet right now where literally said that on Court TV months ago. and just got lambasted for making up wall files, for lying, for, that's ridiculous, Jennifer. It's so
I know.
great to hear her say it now. I mean, she's the true expert, but wow, I just love listening to experts like her.
Yeah, it
She's
was,
so good.
and I understand what you're saying too about the vindication part, because it shouldn't matter, but I do feel it too, because I remember feeling very alone on this last summer, even amongst friends and everybody on my team that thought I was wrong on this.
Yeah, it's just, and it'd be different if people just said, "Are you sure?" Or, "We disagree."
Hi, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about
So
being
you
pummeled.
had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, you used the term we. So are there other individuals that worked on this particular assignment?
I had somebody peer review and test my testing. So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that you...
I conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically, I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Hyde, just continue as far as your testing.
Absolutely. Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken. And the changes that happened, what I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we change the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps in those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic extractions, forensic investigator.
Yes.
As well as working also in research and development, is that correct?
Correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had reviewed both Trooper Carino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct. And
with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th, based on the artifact recovered from browser state DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the browser state DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that, that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Hawk Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone is, a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, Haas, long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Jen, I thought the state was about to wrap up with this witness, but now they're approaching in sidebar, so there must be something else they want to present.
Yeah, I wonder if she did any analysis. It was confusing to me. She just, nothing she said was confusing, but it's confusing to me whether she handled any of the deleted searches that have been espoused. Remember when Jim McCabe was on?
Well, there was it sounds like she probably did not look at things like phone deletions. The accusation that Jen had deleted phone messages and texts and stuff like that, or it was something along those lines. I don't know if Jessica Hyde has any expertise on that or did any research into that.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like she did. I'm believing there would be another expert, although I'm not even sure the importance of another expert at this point in that vein.
Oh, and they have shut the camera. So maybe this is a new policy that in sidebars still shut the camera. I don't know.
She was really good, though. I liked what you said at the beginning. I think the one main thing about an expert is just to be likable. Really, any witness, right? You want to be, the jury wants to relate and be likable. She's so smart. She talks so fast.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess they're dismissing the jurors.
Oh, boy.
Huh. Could this possibly be a break? Because Larry did go into the sidebar there. So maybe there's something, maybe he decided this was a good time to take a break. Their normal break pattern is off because of what went on this morning with the jurors. So I didn't think there would be a normal break, but maybe there is going to be one and they're going to take it now.
Let's see, we're looking at, I guess it is almost noon, but they normally break at 1, but I think you just mean the other morning break.
Yes. The coffee break or whatever. Yeah.
I just get such a kick out of all the breaks, I have to say.
It's tough sitting in it. And some of those jurors are older too. And you're sitting in a jury box. We've got the benefit. We can just get up and go to the bathroom or pour ourselves a coffee or a cold drink or have some popcorn. But, it's not, and we're in a more comfortable chair too. They're not in comfortable seats. So it is, and it's hot in that courtroom. It's a very uncomfortable place to be. So is it interesting, Jen? I want to ask you this. You may not want to take this on because it requires us to be more speculative than we are normally comfortable. on the day that there's problem with the jurors, and it seems to, there's multiple reports now that a juror went to the waterfall last night and was talking to a witness. The witness would probably be the bartender, and that this was recorded on video, and the defense team got this. Then we saw this morning that juror came in, and I'm told this is very unusual to come in through the front door with the two court officers. And then coincidentally, not only is Turtle Boy missing today from the reporting group, but so is his little sycophant, Jess Machado, from the Fall River, whatever it is. Is that a coincidence that those two are missing and we have this shenanigans going on with the jurors?
Well, it's always interesting to note, right? When you see coincidences like that, they're often not coincidences. I find it interesting. I don't know if there's going to be a correlation, but what I do feel pretty confident in saying is that we're going to hear a lot more about this. And I think Judge Cannoni really wants this to stay together. She does not want to be having a mistrial. And I think as long as, of course, it's within the law and the legal parameters, she's going to do everything she can to keep this trial going and these jurors seated. But obviously, if there is anything that went on, she's got to address it in some way. I'm very interested to hear what has happened. Obviously, there's been an allegation of some nature, and she's talking to the jurors about it. It doesn't mean that it has merit. But whenever a judge speaks to a jury member like this, the significance is something, there's been an allegation. And as you just denoted what you think the allegation is, so explain just that the juror was in the waterfall. Is that the allegation?
The allegation is that she went into the waterfall at around 8:30 last night and was speaking to a witness. Now, remember, one of the witnesses was the bartender from the waterfall. I would think that this juror would know better, but I can't help being suspicious that that was videotaped and that video went immediately to the defense. And this is a defense team that has just been utterly scurrilous with the stunts that they pull. So a couple of days ago, the day before Michael Proctor's last day of testimony, David Yannetti arranges to meet the plow driver, Lucky Laughlin, who already had been served a subpoena a few weeks before, in the parking lot of the school where Courtney Proctor works. And then Yannetti lied to the press afterwards to say that it was Lucky's idea. And I know for a fact Lucky is upset and saying no, that it was David Yannetti's idea to meet there. So this team is just continuously pulling stunts that stretch the boundaries of decency and what the rules are here in this case.
Right. I mean, it comes down to, again, intimidation, right?
Yeah.
We're there. We're going to just keep the, Courtney Proctor School. Why in the world would you ever go there if it's not to cause a stir, which they did? Everyone knows about it. It wasn't done surreptitiously. Everyone knows who Lucky Laughlin is. Everybody knows who Yannetti is. And everyone knows that her husband is involved in this case. It's just like you said, it's just on the skirt of being unethical and kind of intimidating, but it's not, right? He's just riding the gray. We're out here.
And it may be hard to prove these things, but let me pull the pattern a little bit deeper. So Proctor testifies on Monday. We're going back a little further over the weekend. Karen is a photo and these photo opportunities with them eating lunch, I think in the North End, drinking. And they put out those photos. So Monday, Proctor testifies, and he testifies that his sister is perhaps his best friend, someone that he talks to 5 times a day. So there's a very, very close relationship. Tuesday is an off day, and that's the day when Yannetti chooses to have Lucky Laughlin meet him in the parking lot of a school that's in session in which Courtney Proctor is working. And it does indeed cause a stir. In fact, Canton police had to be called. And then Uniti's like, who, me? Oh, I didn't know. And then now here we are Thursday. Oh, so Wednesday, Proctor is back on the stand, and he mentions this incident when given the chance to. That caused kind of the end of that testimony right there. But Proctor was more rattled than usual Wednesday. And obviously he was rattled Monday, going back to the troubling texts and stuff like that. But he seemed more rattled to me than usual Wednesday. And so I think it possibly did have an effect. You have your sister who you're very close to, and they're out there trying to intimidate her. That could I think that had the effect that Yannetti wanted. It threw him off on his testimony Wednesday. And then now you have this here where a juror goes to the waterfall. The video is immediately put into the defense's hands. And then we see these witnesses interviewed. These other jurors interviewed on court today in court. Were they fingered by this first witness? I don't know. It feels like a stunt to me. It feels like something that was pre-orchestrated. I know that's highly speculative and I shouldn't do that, but it feels like something orchestrated.
So if it's orchestrated, riddle me this. Why was the person so animated, shaking their head, visibly angry? No, 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 no. Karen Reed.
Yeah, Karen. I don't know. Because we don't know. We don't know what. Right. Well, we don't know what questions were being asked in that moment. Obviously, she can hear them. Whether we just don't know. If she was fingering other jurors out in that moment, because it seems to me that this is what the defense was trying to do, was to get other jurors thrown off the case. Possibly even go. Go ahead.
They would love. I mean, a victory for the defense team is a hung jury, is anything that doesn't end in fruition or a conviction is a win. Does that make sense? So if it's hung, the prosecutor doesn't consider that a win. The defense does.
I mean, although the state has bottomless resources, Karen has to pay her team again if there's another trial, and there will be another trial.
Well, it seems like her supporters are never ending in money. Did I see that it was up to 500,000, or that was the goal? I mean, we know, at least we understand. Obviously, I don't have their pay stubs, so maybe I shouldn't say, but that this is over $500,000 in terms of the cost of her legal defense. But when you're getting people who feel sympathetic to just pour in the money, I told you that one individual said he's given $20,000, not totally just for that, but also his transportation and so forth. But when people are willing to give thousands and thousands of dollars, you could keep it going.
So Ted Daniels is reporting, Lally asks Hyde about defense expert who determined search did happen at 227M and was deleted. 227 and was deleted, and she tells the jury there are errors with that. Okay, yeah, that's right. There are errors with Rich Green's reporting. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, and she's so nice about it. I just love this woman's demeanor. She doesn't come off as almighty or holier than thou or smarter than anybody. Doesn't she seem like somebody who loves her work?
Yeah, and she loves being there today. Yeah.
When she said the word something like, oh, and this was really interesting. Yeah. Like most people would be bored to death looking at all of that. Not her. Yeah. She loves this.
I was like, I posted in chat. I was like, this is the person so far of all the witnesses that if I was going to have someone over dinner, I'd rather have her over. She just seems so bubbly and fun. And she's obviously extremely not that I want to talk about wall files at dinner, but
yeah, no, I agree. And that's not going to, the jury, I think I guess we're making an assumption, but I believe the jurors will take it like we're taking it. But how important is this really? I mean, what we're getting back to again is basically going against the conspiracy theory, right? We're really not putting forth facts that support that she was hit, other than the fact that it does support Jen McCabe's testimony, right? This is a corroborating piece of evidence that, listen, I was out there and she was screaming at me to Google how long to die in cold. So I did. So this corroborates that piece of testimony now.
Another trial reporter, I'm not going to say the name, but you guys can probably figure it out, glean it from if you follow my channel, that is in court a lot, but isn't there today, thinks something is up too, and is very suspicious about the absence of Machado and Turtle on the day when this stunt goes on. But we'll see. We'll have to wait for the evidence to see what happens. The people on Twitter are, of course, this is so they're so Yannetti claimed that the FBI supports this 227 search. We don't know, right?
Can I just say, and somebody on Twitter said that again today, Kevin, let's see what quote unquote the FBI experts say. We haven't heard one word out of the mouths of any of these experts. And I'm going to bring you back to a trial. Remember the movie The Fugitive with Harrison Ford? Great movie. Yeah. Right. It was about Sam Shepard. Yeah. Sam Shepard, who was accused of viciously murdering his wife. He was convicted. Then they had a retrial, and then there was a bunch of civil litigation. Well, one of my mentors that I work with at Eagle, he was the defense, or he was the expert on that case. And believe it or not, the defense called onto the stand a blood spatter expert, talking about blood and basically saying that it wasn't Sam Shepard's blood, right? And it was a huge, colossal mistake, because one of the first questions out of the box was, well, what type of blood did you test for? Was it A, B, O positive? You know, they never tested it for the blood type.
Huh.
So they got
that was they did that on purpose, Jen, or
no? It was a huge error on the part of the expert. So the expert, basically, the ABCs of when you're proving whose blood everybody belongs to, you better test it to see who it belongs to. And they failed to. It was just a complete oversight by the expert.
Well, they had no DNA testing back then. So what test did they do if they didn't do blood type testing?
Oh, they didn't do anything. They just talked about how it spattered. I'm going to take that back. They talked about the alleles, which is getting down to more finite and intricate parts of blood, right? They determined things like eye color. The alleles. But in this case, they did not do the blood testing, the type, which is the number one thing you need to do. So I guess this is what my point is. And this happened in Brian Kohberger too. It just happened in a Brian Kohberger hearing where they had somebody testifying about genetic genealogy. It was a botanist. One of the ones was really a botanist, not even a kind of a self-proclaimed, self-taught genetic genealogy. And another woman who said, listen, I never said all this on the stand. I mean, I'm just generally saying what happened. I'm taking all that back. So it happens. I've given you a case from a long time ago, and I have that interview up on my podcast for anybody who wants to listen to it.
And that's one of the great cases of all time.
All time. Sam Shepard is one of the most interesting cases.
So many. I remember seeing like a 2-hour documentary on that back in the 80s. That was one of the most interesting documentaries I've ever seen. And so, yeah, that's one of the great cases. It's really cool that you actually have an interview with someone that was a defense expert on it. Is that what it was?
No, really at that time was the defense, because what happened was Sam Shepard's son sued, just like everybody's saying is going to happen here, when he was later exonerated. He wasn't exonerated, but they ended up dropping the case. Years later, they came after, the son went after the prosecution and said, my father was, shouldn't have been prosecuted. He spent all these years in jail. It was all false, right? And so this expert, his name is Greg McCrary. He and John Douglas were two of the first ever FBI profilers. For people who know Douglas, I guess is more of the, everybody thinks of Douglas, but McCrary was right there by his side as well. So McCrary was the expert on the side of the government that, no, we had all the evidence to convict your father, and does the whole case from beginning to end. And so it was the expert on the blood information that was wrong. Well, not wrong. He didn't run the examination. So he had to, put his tail between his legs and leave the stand because he couldn't say, because he didn't do the, he didn't determine the blood type. So, and it just happened again in the Brian Koberger case not very long ago regarding one of the 3 witnesses called on genetic genealogy. Same thing. So it happened. So all I'm saying is that based on her situation and what she said, it is possible for a defense expert to say, listen, and the number one thing we put at the bottom of our reports is we write, subject to new information, my opinion can change. And we could be looking at a situation here. We could also be looking at maybe they just disagree with one another, and then the jury has to determine who they believe more, who has the better credentials.
So I don't think there's any way to introduce what this FBI group or agent or whatever concluded on this, unless, without having their testimony in, unless there's some kind of a documentary report. Even then, I'm not sure if you can bring that in without bringing in the witness. So there was nobody from the FBI on the defense witness list, and I'm not even sure if you can. I don't think you can get an active FBI agent to testify, or at least, I mean, I guess the U.S. Attorney Office has control over whether or not they do or not, right? Is that how would you understand that?
If they're under subpoena, if a federal agent is under subpoena in a state court, I can't think of any grounds that they could not be called to testify. In other words, I think they could be called to testify. But there were some very interesting agreements in regard to the release of this TUI information. So it makes me wonder if there wasn't an agreement that no one would be called. I mean, that's been inferred this whole time, Kevin.
Maybe that's possible. Another possibility is that we can't dismiss this. This is really, because it's happened so many times in the trial, is that David Yannetti has mischaracterized what the FBI said. So he only said in one of those pretrial hearings that the FBI confirms that the 227 search took place at 227 search or something to that effect. But it may be as simple as the FBI just confirmed that Celebrate did find that, which is not the same thing, because Jessica Hyde says the same thing. Yes, the version of Celebrate that was used by Rich Green did find this, but she's explaining what happened. And so it's very possible the FBI would have said the exact same thing, except David Yannetti only gives you that partial part of it, just like Alan Jackson talking about a non-human hair, or David Yannetti saying that the federal government, in all good conscience.
I've got to rush out for a quick conference call, my friend.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to you later. Thank you. So this is the thing. So for people to say the FBI supports, until we see the defense make their case, and they can have someone from the FBI come on and say, oh, yes, this search took place when the defense said it did, it's not reasonable to believe it. It's not, I mean, it's just not reasonable considering all of the things that the defense has done for a year that have, especially now during the trial, that have been debunked. The gap in the library video, nope, didn't happen. The non-human hair, no, that was John's hair. Sorry, I'm just reading the comments. That non-human hair that Alan Jackson said was non-human, nope, that was definitely John's hair, and they don't dispute that now. They're just going to try to say that it was planted. And on this goes. This is just, and that's what, to a certain degree, is understood that it's a defense team's job to do. So I'm not trying to completely I'm not even the fact that the defense team is doing that. I'm not attacking them. I'm attacking people in the public for being so naive that they don't understand that they don't understand that that's the job of a defense team, is to kind of spin things. That's their job. And we in the public need to understand that. I think the jury's going to understand that. Jennifer's asking why they aren't back. That I have no updates or information as to what's going on. My sources have grown quiet. Let me look through emails. No, I don't have anything. So whether this is just they went into that break at 11:30, right? So yeah, this has been an unusual break that began with a sidebar. So I would suggest that maybe it was whatever the sidebar was going to be that was asked for by Lally before he dismissed the witness. And he seemed like he was wrapping things up. I would suggest that whatever was going to be discussed was going to take some time. So he suggested that the judge give the jury a break. Yeah, so I guess it is just morning recess, but it is a long recess. But for anybody that's listening on channels here, so we're linked up with a bunch of channels here. So if you're listening to my channel, Yellow Cottage Tales, please do us a favor and head over to Jen's channel, which is Breaking the Case with Jen Coffindaffer, and click subscribe for all her work. I think we know that they would appreciate it. She has a whole team working for her, and they would appreciate it. And they have a lot of good things planned, a lot of good things to come. Kate's channel, I think it's called Mass Troll Mafia, but let me see if I can. That's Jen's. Kate's channel is called Masshole Troll Mafia Official. So there must be an unofficial version of it too. Which, seeing how the official version is, the unofficial Masshole Mafia, Troll Mafia must be a wild, wild west. But please go over and click subscribe. If you're watching now from one of our Twitter feeds, we have several of those going too. Please head into these and just do us a favor and click subscribe. Want to say thank you to our moderators. My moderator is Thomas Fleming. You guys know him. He does a great job keeping chat civil, but also productive. It's not an echo chamber at all. People have different opinions in there. And I'm not going to speak for the name of the other moderators here because I only see their screen name, and they've been great. But I don't know their actual names or what they prefer to go by. So I'm going to let... Oh, Kate's coming back in. Hello, Kate.
Hello. Wow, that was wonderful.
I just want, if you have any moderators in, please thank them here, because I didn't know their names. So if you want to thank them.
Oh, yes. Thank you to my moderators who faithfully do very little moderating as is expected of them.
I saw that your channel name is Masshole Troll Official, and seeing how kind of wild things can be in there, and I know your theory about not liking to regulate things. Is there an unofficial that's even more wild? Is there an unofficial Masshole Troll Mafia?
No, I've been talking like we might change the channel name. It takes a lot of iterations, but that was a joke. It's a long story. But I was sued by a sovereign citizen constitutional law scholar, whatever he's calling himself these days. And one of the many outlandish, the suit was later dismissed, but one of the more outlandish claims that he made was that I operated a troll farm and a troll mafia. So we just kind of went with that, and the official part of it was just to make it sound snarkier, I guess. But the jokes played out.
All right. So have you learned anything or have any thoughts on what's happened since you've been last in here talking with us?
Yes, I mean that was amazing testimony on the part of Jessica Hyde. She was such a wonderful witness. She was clear.
Oh, yeah.
She was easy to follow. She could break things down. And I would suppose that some of that comes from her teaching experience, right? Personable, and she came to a very clear conclusion, and she walked the jury step by step how she got there, and she was really able to call out what she perceives to be Richard Green's mistakes in his analysis. So I do see on Twitter as I've been going back and forth, that a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it was inconclusive." No, her conclusion was pretty conclusive. She was able to build a pretty good timeline there, and I don't think it's so much that Richard Green didn't understand these things. Maybe I mean I haven't heard the guy. I don't know. I know he's not terribly qualified, but I don't know that it was a misunderstanding as much as it was an intentional, out of context cherry pick.
Yeah, once he knows who's paying him and what they're looking for. Once he finds something this is the problem in the way data is now, which is more and more complicated. That once you find that one thing that is useful to a defense team, you stop looking,
Right.
because you don't really want to explain it. You want to just give them what they need. Same
Right.
thing with the really unfortunate use of the Life 360 data
Yeah.
that David Yeti exploited, to make Allie seem like she's running all these journeys back and forth between the high school.
Right.
So anything more to report on the juror stuff? Do you connect that in any way to the absence of Aiden and Jess Machado from court?
Honestly, at this point, no. Limited information there. I think the most pervasive story here is that this juror sounds like they may have taken a little quest to endeavor to do some research of their own, as they were strictly forbidden to do. So I'm not sure what implication that has. At one point I was hearing that there was a possibility of a mistrial, but I think that was just a little bit of hysteria because somebody saw the bus pulling up to get the one juror, but assumed that it was going to be all of them. So,
and that video from the waterfall apparently went to the defense team.
Interesting.
That's kind of a clue too, right?
Who's watching the jurors?
Yeah. It could be for that. And then also another thing is that juror came in with court officers through the front door. My understanding is it's just not how it works.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't really get it. And I don't, what did that juror possibly have to say to the judge, and why did it lead to all this questioning of the other jurors?
Right. Well, probably I would assume that to make sure that whatever information was received at the waterfall or whatever actions the juror took didn't taint the ones surrounding her. That's just an educated guess, though.
Right. All right. Well, we will see. It's getting tragically more and more interesting. Are we going to see Ian Whiffen today too, or are we going to see him still, or is that broken up?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would assume so because they had retained Jessica Hyde far before they got Ian Whiffen. So I would assume that, adding him to the list at the time that they did, they intend to call both.
I had been told that, again, and these always are subject to last second change, but this morning, as of this, that we're actually going to hear from someone from the Cars team, and we'll supposedly finally get the accident reconstruction theory this afternoon.
Right.
Who knows?
Hopefully.
I don't know if you're hearing anything like that, or if you're willing to say it on the air.
I try to be careful, because the other part of it, it's not just the possibility of compromising anything. It also is that, this information comes in so fast and furious from so many people that are perceiving things in so many different personal ways that it's hard to vet it out. I just like to be cautious. I'd rather be quiet than wrong.
Obviously I'm told this is just a normal morning recess, but it would be strange to bring the jury. It's now been 45 minutes. And You're going to bring the jury back in and then go to lunch at 1?
I'm not sure.
It doesn't seem to make sense
Maybe
to me.
They just took lunch early.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, it would be sensible to me if they get the jurors' permission to do this, to skip lunch, have a longer break, another 45-minute break, say around 2, and then finish. But they're going to be behind today too because of what happened this morning, and they were already planning to go to 4:30 today. So, do you think the defense is going to cross Jessica Hyde?
No. I think they're going to want to get her off the stand very quickly. I could be wrong, but I would not be surprised if they don't have any questions for her.
Alan
I don't
Jackson
even know where she really left them in the opening.
I know. Alan Jackson was scribbling furiously while she was testifying.
I think that they may. The only thing I could think that they could really try to seize on is the language undetermined, which Twitter is seizing on certainly, but I don't know how fruitful that cross would be, because it's a very specific item that's undetermined, which is why it's 227. Because there's a variety of different ways that you could get that timestamp in that column, right? It could be moving a tab, closing a tab, minimizing a tab, opening a tab. So it sounds like she just couldn't determine what the specific movement of the tab was that marked it at 227, but she was able to rule out that it was the house long to die in cold search. So.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen again, but I took it that it was undetermined at that early stage of running the analysis, running that program. But then, as you keep digging into it, she was able to find, for instance, I think, and tell me if I heard this wrong, but there was no search that was sent to Google for how long to die in the cold until 6:24. At 6:23, when she started typing it in, it initially tried to suggest the idea of how long for food to digest, and that
Right.
search went. But so the search for how long didn't even go to Google until 6:24. So that pretty much makes it determined.
Right.
Okay, we are back. Thank you, ceiling fan.
Thank you. Maybe seated. Put it back.
Just watch your step.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth that seeks to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 for Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr.
There is
Netti.
no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just Table 1, Table 2. I think the order I gave. Thank you. And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
elements? Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way and hope I can
Repeat it. Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer,
Mhm.
you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Or no,
I guess
okay.
what I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction,
Mhm.
you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Okay. And Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history. Correct?
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of course. Well,
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
Watch your step for me. Remain standing, face apart. Just help us with the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's P-A-U-L.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
Or sorry, 12.5 years. I apologize.
And where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section, otherwise known as CARS, our recon.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of the cars?
That one's for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit, prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, the Northeast, Central, and the Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And currently, how many troopers are assigned to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. So we rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, upon or prior to you entering into the CARS unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I went through, before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at-scene crash investigation. Next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the CARS unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the CARS unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Burlap for examiner and a technician. I am a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently, I've attended multiple seminars, and most recently I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes?
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now, if I can focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned, how does one obtain it?
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you've investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set up a time for the test. We did it as a first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the, you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set up a time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that consist of?
The practical portion is you basically have to analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you can find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you've successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuation component attached to it. The test is, it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-something of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Now, over the course, let me ask you this. When you first sort of enter into the CARS units, are you just sort of go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point, you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, well, if they feel like if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on the road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the CARS or the reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I've probably assisted another 100, 150 crashes. And
of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know, percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Kansas?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt pretensioners.
And what you were referencing before as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that?
Yes. There are two ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use a direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what if any training have you received in regard to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation of this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that crash occurred?
I reported that I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On to Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135 and 136. That's just you got to finish. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. That's okay. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have Exhibit 136. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least from this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously the weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
So you can take that. Thank you. Forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to retrieve that from you. I'm going to put 2 other photographs before you. Actually, just look at those before I'm finished.
Yep.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll see you through some minutes and next exhibit.
No objection.
I need to,
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish these first return to the witness. And publish the
Yes.
hearing. Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, what you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now marked as 582?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you start. If you could, using that laser pointer, directs the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
All right. So this is Ferry Road. It's facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be onto the left in this area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you note about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference. Anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the roadway material, were you able to observe whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything?
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations you made of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines, both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after? The roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent to the fog line, what if anything did you observe there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides, and there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side with the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview is located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And to recall, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, I believe it's 583. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as 583?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you note as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Can I approach just to retrieve your honor?
yes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to the roadway as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road will be on the left-hand side of the road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, map.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that, can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents. Ask you to just review those. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image. Is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the next 4 exhibits. No objection. Yes, that's my fault. Thank you very much. Sure. Dr. Paul, are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what if anything else beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what if any other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation and incline of the roadway, what if any measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements as far as, well, let me ask you this, how is measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, it's a digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term
related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
Roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle, pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or it stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences there are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest?
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped, or a vehicle. Usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control, usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as exhibits 584 through 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram, please. And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the first in that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Now, using the laser before you, if you could, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram.
Okay. Who is the pointer? Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final arrests, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow that would be pointing to where the final arrest is. And this is where a glass cup was found, and these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and the pedestrian's shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue is one's the fire hydrants, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and obviously the street name Fairview Road here.
Now, as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the diagram.
So we're talking about like, so on these diagrams, like it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but there's, I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They're used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imagings will use those in order to help put the all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I have my thing, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for the specific measurements?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of this, or if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that, where is it?
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final rest, it's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give it an extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. It was, I think it was found like within, right next to him, so.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. In which direction was that, sir?
That one was east, so it's right here.
As far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so we're about over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram is B. How far was that, and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
Okay. Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your diagram number 2, if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it. So you have, yeah. So you show the pedestrian's final rest, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, or depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were, is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3, Ms. Gill. And again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury, what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs so with the drone overhead on that date, February 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibit within those. And again, sir, if you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And could you describe to the jury again using the laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant to observe in this drone photograph and diagram you have on?
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thanks. Someone you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us a second, okay? And if you follow the jurors out, please.
Board, all rise for the jury.
And jurors, why don't we take 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, you guys heard that 45 minutes. So I got to have lunch too. So I'm going to put the sign up though. That puts it to 1:45. Let me put the banner. Let's see if I already have one. I think I already had one that said 1:45. Yeah, I did. All right. So here we go. We'll be back at 1:45. Everybody, if you haven't had lunch already, please enjoy your lunch. And we have 520 people just on the YouTube here watching. I appreciate you guys being here. And thanks for the moderators for keeping things cool. Thanks, Tom. We'll talk to you soon.
court, all rise. The court stands for the luncheon recess, 45 minutes.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is another law and crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastroparesis or other side effects after taking Ozempic or another GLP-1 weight loss medication? The Ozempic lawsuits allege that the drug can lead to severe intestinal blockage and persistent vomiting, and that manufacturers allegedly failed to provide adequate warnings about these risks. Well, True Law, one of our legal sponsors, is helping those injured file a claim through an experienced attorney who helps ensure your claim is thoroughly presented. Just visit www.glp1case.com/LC Live to answer less than 10 questions and check your eligibility to file a claim.
You can see it close back.
Just watch your step for me.
Afternoon, Trooper.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we have exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, that's the drone image. Trooper Paul, direct your attention to what's up on the screen that's now been marked as exhibit 587. Again, this is the last set of 4 diagrams of drone images that I presented before you before, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of taillight that are depicted within this diagram, did you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, overhead light pole.
And with relation to where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene, was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have lights back. Thank you very much. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what if anything did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, it's fair to say the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything else, did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point, did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that day or at some later?
It was that day.
And was that within the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection?
We analyzed a little bit of the steering and the brake pedals while it was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Canton PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you 2 photographs. Ask you to just review those, look up when you finish. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. 1 moment, Your Honor. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of front of this vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
And Douglas Gillen, if I could have the next photograph, please. And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down that scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken taillight here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection. So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections to the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dents that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I see right there. That's my hand shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side taillight as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side taillight versus the passenger side taillight, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side taillight?
As compared to the left side of the taillight?
Yes.
So on the left side of the taillight, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, when we talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle, just first in general terms, what is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we're obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you expect?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis, or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The weight of the Lexus, I didn't, was an analysis, was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much did the vehicle weigh according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. Both, they were headlights and taillights were both LED.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what if any significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
LED will most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. There's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lot of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
Similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is just, it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. Use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration, check its performance.
And sorry, you're on one moment, please.
Sure.
So the V-Box is attached to that vehicle. So it's what specifically is it measuring?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box and it set certain parameters as you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10. And then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
And so from the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface that day, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And with
describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day?
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance it did at that time.
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box Sport using during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration, and it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this. As far as the operation of the vehicle, who was actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test? How is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
We kept the vehicle fairly straight. It was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the 2 reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box Sport attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour. And then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that
is? It's just essentially the opposite of what acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the 2 reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument from the V-Box Sport?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which is both are used the same way. This one was I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regard, again, you're operating the vehicle during these 2 reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these 2 reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them to the stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a .69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the defendant's vehicle?
Same as before, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, we talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
You indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with a spot event data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the BOSS CDR software and will attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was, steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of, so there's a lot of, information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Going to the document, sir, 7 pages in length. Just ask you to review that when you're finished.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash data retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
Is it 590?
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with vehicles?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little terse when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why not.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes are going to, there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
Now, with respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean, like change of velocity, like it's also going to be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to people as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any,
impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is just essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So, shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happened, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happened. Point of impact is the same thing, it's just more down to like the actual specific point at a specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel, so a lot of in collisions most of our collisions we start where the final rest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing, we're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere towards the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one more?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you seen training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, they also did diagnostic stuff. So they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so that each trigger, you can record it's the same as you get your speeds, brakes, the accelerator pedals on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry. So Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer, are equipped with camera systems. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle controllers?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
The same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port and then up that software program, and we follow the steps and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage?
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought this is relevant to our case, and I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as in it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time. But it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so I mean, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that? The trooper, if I could direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Can you count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 22.
Oh, yeah, so 22 separate triggers. So in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. Let's take that. Sorry. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again. And that would be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where, how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you the documents. He's asked you to look at that, look up and finish.
Yeah.
And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat and introduce the minutes and next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The 591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish this for the jury. Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the ways pointed before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information and where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer is on this label here. You see elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are two triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to
You have to either come close or speak up even louder, Mr. Howard.
I will speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem for the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah, so yeah, I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that, I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm wanting to introduce the witness next.
No objection.
Thank you.
All right, I have 1 minute, Sean.
Yes.
May I return it to the witness, Sean?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
So, if you could, Mark, just remain just a little. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
These are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage tools.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dighton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes. So which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and a max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Somehow, for some reason, my mic went off, but it seems to be back on, right? Can you hear me now? Should be able to hear me now. Anyways, I don't have too much to add about this at this point anyways, because I don't really know for sure where this goes.
You are unmuted.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, well, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to One Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes.
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6?
Correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance travel to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes?
Yes.
Only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max, as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these 2 different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and the other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
Okay, may I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Showing you another document asking you to just review that before we finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. The 593.
And again, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return this to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With course permission, may I?
Yes.
Okay, so with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
Is if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles A.
Okay. So each row starting from the top is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to Let me show it right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, and then it goes up to 5. Then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here. And that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So this starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds backs up to. It goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. I read that right. And next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just for a second, sir. As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of the vehicle?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, zeros not pressed and 100%, it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher. In this way Toyota labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And also shows from the start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%, and that's 5 seconds. That's only a little over a second past the trigger, and so up to 50%, and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal. And the steering wheel still showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could just retrieve one down before.
So, yep.
The document that I've just handed you now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come on, see, do for minutes of next.
No objection.
Okay. Good 5 minutes.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to, just go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission
Thank
each
you.
time.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could. And to recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note as with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as you said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows all the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And let's go, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerated pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12,629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table or chart?
What, say that again?
How long a period of time does this depict?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one?
Just this one.
Okay, so this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So the 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data on the screen?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now, with respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It should show slowing down 0, it's like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel, how far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this data?
74.5 starts at the 8 second.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed reported at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral, then goes down, then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight, it stops, then gets placed in reverse, and then goes back, goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think the far it goes is left is at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel was obviously caused by operator traveling only small amounts, about right, and up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Let me grab that one.
There you go.
And present me with another document. You recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, hard practice. How will proceed to introduce and the next exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
You can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined to.
Okay. To recall, from what's depicted up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the data.
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio kind of stays consistent at 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
show that back.
Yep.
And I'm showing you another document. So
Okay.
you recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart. I have attached, I calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see if you can submit the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. So go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the vehicle speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's recorded within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B, what, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees, and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I believe it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
yes.
What, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, we can break down each injury, due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and to the left due to this more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to the, you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they had damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Now, with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
the car would.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just
a
little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and by rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle as you do in a lot of traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center of mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center of mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention, Trooper Paul, back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department. You mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras and the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first, just describe for the jury when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility analysis?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we're trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
Why?
Due to was mostly, like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what a pedestrian an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes trooper recorded it.
My apologies. Before I get to that, sir.
Okay.
If I could turn your attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. To ask you to look at those.
Okay.
First, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the showing that taking out the infotainment system.
The what system?
Infotainment system.
And the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything. That was Trooper Nick Marino's to the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They had tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a...
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they're an accurate portrayal of what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce them as the next 7 exhibits.
Any objections, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing a note. What are those 5 photographs?
7.
7.
7. No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just follow.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now been marked as exhibit 597.
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP3. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and is marked as exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
And as far as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had, the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in reverse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP4, sorry. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle is started and stopped, essentially, is a push button start, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as exhibit 601?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like it's just the navigation.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, if I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on part of the pavement or the curbing, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, You mentioned that that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you two discs. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also introducing the witness next to this.
No objection.
So flawless.
Before we get to those videos, Trooper, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another series of I believe 8 photographs. Actually, those in the cup when you're finished. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on to seek to introduce the witness next. Witness.
Okay.
No objection.
Zero, 6, 26, 13. Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet photograph 2612. Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle on reverse?
Yes, so this has a straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on the screen right now, as far as the vehicle and the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or a little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
Now, with respect to the system overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increases in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object, correct?
Yep.
Now, with respect to sort of the middle of the screen here, up on the dashboard, what, if anything, do you observe there? Could you direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Yes. So that right here, this blue device, that's the V-Box Sport that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2618. And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah. So this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take this down. I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle and this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as the visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the dashboard?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take, as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point, were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
But what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar, so exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, we used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking, or cameras or anything else, as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as the visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy and the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would ask, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the 2 videos that were just introduced.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the exterior video first.
Just for the record, they are 604 and 605. Thanks.
And, Gilman, if you could pause there for a moment. Well, with respect to just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted these tests.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
The vehicle is right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press it. Chairman, if I could ask you to pause there for just a moment. Trooper Paul, during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here. Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I think I just pause it briefly. Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on the screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking test, or are we looking at the visibility?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please rest. Sorry, if you could pause it there, Ms. Gilman. If I could ask you to just bring it back just a couple of seconds. Pause it there. Super Paul, as far as the, this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointing speed, be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser pointing, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
Then in the actual camera view,
The actual camera view shows that's where our puncher bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to on the bottom here.
and Ms. Gilman, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in, if you could press play from here. Now, Super Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at One Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153. Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
Well, guys, this was powerful evidence this afternoon that proves data-wise that Karen's vehicle struck John O'Keefe, and yet I'm also worried at the same time. So the evidence was that stored in that data that she backed up for 8 to 8 seconds or 8 to 10 seconds, and it's recorded in that while she's got the pedal down 75% and it's going a little more than 24 miles an hour. The collision itself is recorded in the data because the speed decreases just a little bit and the steering wheel goes in the other direction just a little bit. And that's caused from a pedestrian collision. That I think the trooper was effective at saying that's standard for a pedestrian collision. But where I'm worried, I've always been worried that the state would botch this, that they wouldn't explain it properly to a jury. They wouldn't bring on the right type of witnesses. And I fear that this guy who seems young and inexperienced and is not the most articulate trooper, I'm not saying he's not qualified, but he's a young guy. I feel that Jackson is going to eat him for lunch. And then they're going to get up 2 other independent experts that are going to testify that this collision, that John's injuries could not have been caused by a vehicle collision. And if those 2 other experts are more articulate than this guy, and there's a pretty good chance they are, that's going to be a huge problem. So I don't know. I just, ever since seeing Morrissey's press conference in September, I've had this concern that the state would botch this case. And I still have that fear, even though, despite seeing data that for me show we actually see the accident in the data itself. Not just that she backed up at a high speed at that time, but we actually see the data from the way the steering wheel jolted and from the slight drop in vehicle data, but and vehicle speed. But will Jackson be able to dismantle that? Yeah, I think so. And I just think this guy, his training seems to be involving vehicle data. They should have had someone up here who was a more seasoned, experienced person that could explain what vehicles do to a body. And where it really bothered me was when they asked him how the head injury occurred, and he said it could have been by the curb or it could have been by the ground. But John was found 6 feet from the ground. So I don't see how that head injury could have been caused by the curb. He was found 6 feet from the street. So, and you saw Larry try to correct that, and they wouldn't allow it. He tried to basically say when he came a few minutes later, could the frozen ground have caused this? But Alan Jackson is going to bring up that whole point that he mentioned the curb. And I just don't think the curb could have caused it in this case. Maybe that was just poorly articulated. Everything else was well articulated in that you have the angular momentum that sends him onto the lawn because it's a side swipe blow. And so any objects with him would land close to him. That all makes perfect sense. But if that's the case, if he hit his head on the curbstone, how would he have angular momentum that left him 6 feet onto the lawn with those objects? It doesn't make sense. So this is, if you had a more seasoned person to explain this, I don't know. I worry that this is going to leave doubt in the juror's mind. They may not be filled with doubt at the moment, but when Jackson's done, I think they're going to be. So that's my worry. All right. I'm always honest with you guys, and that's how I feel at the moment. Now, hopefully this gets cleaned up in other ways. Maybe Jackson will make mincemeat of him, but then Larry will be able to clean it up on redirect. Maybe the state has another accident reconstructionist coming in that I don't know about. As far as I know, they don't, and they're running out of time. This is Friday. This is supposed to clean this. This is supposed to be done by Tuesday. Yes, maybe the medical examiner will fill in the missing dots. I don't know, but a medical examiner doesn't explain what happened at the accident scene. So I think we needed to get a better explanation. and I don't feel like we got it. So I don't know. I'm worried. Like I said, I think the evidence is beyond compelling when you look at the fact that it's actually in the data that shows the moment
All
of the
right.
accident.
I appreciate your patience.
You are unmuted. A few things. So I'm going to send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I have to talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday you will be off, we'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week. Okay, so we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So those cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
Here, follow me, please. Thank you. Be seated.
All right. So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally.
Now, Trooper Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to, have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Avenue depicting a defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Your Honor, to save time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman, you show yours, and then I'm going to ask for the defense.
153. Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance that you observe, significance of the impact of the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
At the photos or now?
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play at this.
All right. Can I see the other video? Please. Yes, I think it's on, I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive. All right. Thank you. Okay, could you turn the lights on, please?
Your Honor, if I could, there's just two photographs that I'd like to.
Sure.
Purposes. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
Your Honor,
number?
it's the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It's just magnified for purposes of this, of showing. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video. It's
Okay.
the same video.
Okay.
We just magnified it.
Okay.
Here you go.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
All right.
from.
What was the answer? I didn't hear.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. And sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
We need a foundation on this.
So, Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time with the cars unit?
I've been primarily on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence, and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously the higher the speed, the more damage, the lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, is that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor.
It is not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the taillight is, let's say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect to, I think you just answered it. So as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
It would be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all of this. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal. Maybe it would crack a taillight or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, you know, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle and a collision sequence?
The bumper is, you know, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle, from one vehicle to another vehicle. And it kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, you know, the taillights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles, the speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have, specifically as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself, and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection. No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
And again, sir, why not?
For the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no damage to that, significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean?
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the tail light? Or are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the tail light.
So one person at a time, you both are talking over each other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
And you said, well, you'd expect one of them to slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
yes, no.
When I see the picture of the Traverse.
This is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
You asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but.
Mr. Jackson, just for, there's no jury here. This is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am in being able to move on.
Let me take a breath.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
We did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
I haven't done any testing. I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever had
yes.
a crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour?
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have made contact at about 1 mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I have been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts.
Okay. How low speed?
Like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstances? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right. Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to crashes that I've seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car and car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something, chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right, against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You'll still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal analysis here.
You admit, you got to agree with me, that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like on least.
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally.
I'm just going to answer your question. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? At a low speed impact.
Until it might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close. Yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's the two different paint materials there, that why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there, so that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what
I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yes. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know, because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been a little while.
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
Like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right there? I'm looking at your entire CARS report. Did you put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on court TV. So
who on court TV during this trial?
Like
prior hearing?
No, when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
2 days ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? Two.
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing.
Right. Well,
or pre-trial conference, sorry.
Done?
So, yes.
We're talking over each other. I'm trying not to talk over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try hard.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
From my pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay. Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Right, sitting right here, Lieutenant Tully.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Ms. Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct.
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not impact you saw or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
Yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes.
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think I just, well, notes not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had what?
My checks and balances, sorry.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure we're on the same page of what we understand, what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in trial.
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if there people were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, 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 I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
What did you tell him in the meeting?
What we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you related to him was exactly what you've relayed in this court.
Yes.
All right. And he asked you, he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he said, and he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me I had to make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be, that it was inconsistent with the taillight break?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No.
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw on my professional opinion on what it is. If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not appropriate for the jury. They're also not very good for me, Mr. Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of a report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you can turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Did you save those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of highlighted stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay, I'm talking about notes specifically about this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Did you write anything down about the new opinion that you would come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just wondering.
Yep.
And your opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper, you are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert's going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. It's a new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Sarah, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just, was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented, both in or talked about in opening statement and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing. And even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded because it's a discovery violation. It's late. We don't have time to prepare for it, and we're caught off guard. I use the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here, make your point, okay?
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well, I understand your argument, so focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment whether I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot on both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of you. We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. It's at least very least been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can go. I think he did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of 16 jurors, 15 jurors. We would ask for its exclusion, Your Honor. And I'll submit.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Sarif, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony. He was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still...
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
understood.
Stick to what the arguments are. And
with respect to this witness...
Hold on. Quit the finger pointing, name calling, things like that, please. Yes. I know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you want to argue to me.
And I apologize to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist. This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles. Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense? So showing this video and asking for information. What about that?
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that's actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending, probably over a year ago, that he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned over?
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
All right, so it's late, I'm not ruling here, I want to review everything. I would like, I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me, I would like, if it's possible for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did, this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time. So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6. Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars, whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We'll do a screen record and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour once we get back to home base.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman, will you burn what you have for me before we leave somehow?
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, is not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, etc. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just want to make sure that that's clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No.
All right, so I'll see you Monday morning.
All right.
You are unmuted.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is another law and crime.
Okay, guys. Oh. I'm not going to stay on more than a minute because I have to do court TV tonight, and I actually have Unexplained Mysteries is here tomorrow for multiple hours. They're getting here early to film a documentary. Yes, Bigfoot was found in my backyard. He's not testifying, though. It's been a long, stressful week, obviously for the people in court, for the families, for the lawyers, for the judge, for the jury. We don't have to deal with things like they on the level that they do, but it's been stressful for us too, including everybody here in chat. So try to enjoy the weekend. Maybe we'll look at all this stuff with fresh eyes over the weekend. Now, we're told the state is going to finish their part of the case on Tuesday. I suspect now, because of the delays today, it might go into Monday, but we'll see. I mean, it might go into Wednesday, but we'll see. But should be kept in mind, we don't have any influence over events here, so we don't need to fight with each other. Let's just keep trying to cover the case objectively, but enjoy your weekend. And enjoy the Celtics, hopefully grabbing a championship tonight. Banner 18.